It was a very dark time indeed. And there we will stop our story of the Badab War. When we return, we will see the rise of a new chapter master who will reinvigorate his own chapter and their allies. But we will also see his slow descent into darkness and the beginning of the events that will lead us to the actual war. Thank you for watching this video, all Warhammer fans. If you like this series, please help the channel grow. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. And while we're just starting a new series, what would you all like to see after we're done with Badab? Another series like it and Vrax? Or perhaps something else in the 40k universe? Please post your thoughts in the comment section below. And as always, for more great Warhammer lore and fun videos, check out the link in the description below. Wolf's Corner, have a good day.
Hello, welcome back to the Wolf's Corner. I am your host, and today we are returning to Badab. Last we left, the Astral Claws had just lost their chapter master and suffered several other disasters over the preceding decade, leaving them in a very sad state. Now we're going to continue our story with the appointment of the new Astral Claws chapter master. In 715 and 41, the remaining leaders of the chapter elected 3rd Company Captain Luf Huron as their new chapter master. This was a great honor for Huron, as he was the youngest warrior to reach the rank in the chapter's history. He quickly reorganized the chapter, its strategic deployments, and expanded its heavily depleted fleet by raiding Corsair hideouts where they stole vessels back from the pirates. The new leader also began to the last of enemy worlds to lifeless husks. So, to do this, he increased his chapter's stockpile of exterminatus-grade weapons, and each time a fringe world harbored renegade ships, even for a moment, the Astral Claws showed up and went, "Oh yeah? Those ships you let stay here? Yeah, they were traitors, so now you're gonna die." And then, boom! No more world. This was a brutal policy, but considering how the Maelstrom Zone was, it was a necessary evil, at least for a while. But the real change began in 718 and 41, 3 years after Huron became chapter master. In that year, Badab Primaris suffered the trouble of a civil war caused by a failed coup. The Astral Claws came down to the planet and crushed the conflict without any mercy. Once the civil war was over, the leaders who had enacted the coup were brought before Huron. As he had an example of what happened when a world was allowed to fall to its internal corruption, Huron declared that Badab would not suffer the same fate as Synax. Sending the Astral Claws back down to the planet, Chapter Master Huron ordered them to purge the majority of the ruling class and anyone they believed to be morally corrupt. With this elimination of the leaders of the world, Huron claimed the position of planetary ruler, calling himself the Tyrant of Badab. You'd think with such a name, someone might have raised a red flag of warning about this fellow, but apparently not. Along with Badab Primaris, Huron declared all habitable worlds around the Badab system as his chapter's fiefdom, kind of like the realm of Ultramar, which I suspect was what Huron was going for. Now, he was fully within his right as leader of the Maelstrom Warders to do this. The new fiefdom worlds were quickly purged of most of their ruling elites, and Astral Claw watch bastions were established on them. Huron's loyal servants and political allies were given positions of power to further cement his power and strengthen the defenses of the region. Huron combined the various planetary defense forces into a single, united force known as the Tyrant's Legion. This force would not only protect the various worlds in the Astral Claw's new realm, but would bolster the strength of their new masters in combat against their enemies. And to make sure this force was actually worth its name, Huron deployed detachments of his chapters in the region to train it to a better standard than most PDF, ridding it of perceived weakness. This soon showed dividends as the Tyrant's Legion began to repel various Corsair raids against the worlds of the Badab system, freeing the Astral Claws from garrison duty. Able to finally strike back, the Astral Claws launched several raids into outlying regions of the Maelstrom to hunt down and destroy heretic or Xenos-controlled facilities or bases. These victories not only helped to stabilize the region around Badab, It also enhanced the fame of the Badam system's new tyrant beyond the borders of the Maelstrom Zone. And this increasing reputation of success and capability Huron saw a chance to achieve the ultimate goal of the Maelstrom Warders. Working hard and carefully, Huron sent some of his loyal servants to Terra with a formal, lengthy, and detailed petition for the High Lords. In it, Huron laid out his arguments for completely subduing the entire Maelstrom and its surrounding area, which his petition pointed out would greatly benefit the Imperium over the long term. But in order to achieve this ambitious plan, Huron's petition asked for the deployment of several more entire Space Marine chapters to the Warders. He even suggested that a new founding might be needed to fill the requirements of this plan. Now, Huron's plans were theoretically sound, and he did take a considerable amount of time to actually organize his arguments and the evidence to support them. He was this galaxy's version of an MA or PhD student, presenting their final paper to a professor, just with the High Lords of Terra as a board. And like a lot of such students, Huron's petition was dismissed without a full hearing, on the grounds that the Imperium's needs were better met elsewhere. I can bet the reaction Huron had when he found that out. So the Astral Claws, disheartened about the dismissal of the plan, went back to protecting the Maelstrom and trying to expand Imperial influence in the area. But something dark was growing in the Badab system at this time. While the Warders were struggling to maintain Imperial grip in the region around the Maelstrom, the Astral Claws' tithe of gene seed to the Adeptus Mechanicus suddenly became infrequent and oftentimes incomplete. While this was a concerning development, as any slip in the logistic train around the Imperium could be the sign of something far darker developing, most adepts of Mechanicus brushed it aside. Delays in gene seed tithes were often an issue for chapters in border regions or on crusades. After all, such forces were far more likely to suffer higher casualties than others, so they would need the gene seed to replace the loss of these brothers. However, the Astral Claws' delays became more extensive, and this was something the Mechanicus could not. For now they had no idea what was going on, but the Astral Claws were conducting experiments to gain the forces that they were denied. Huron was hedging his bets. If the High Lords refused to provide the Warders with the reinforcements they needed to subjugate the Maelstrom, then they would make them themselves. Thus, by the time the whole situation blew up, the Astral Claws had managed to raise their force to 3,500 Space Marines. So that means the Astral Claws alone were at the strength of 3.5 other chapters. This was likely the very first of several actions that would see the Astral Claws fall from the Emperor's light. 11 years after the first attempt to petition the High Lords, Huron sent yet another detailed case to Terra. This time, the petition showed how Huron planned to completely purge the Maelstrom of all enemies of the Imperium and subdue the surrounding region. But to do this, Huron pleaded with the High Lords for a massive increase in Space Marine chapters to the Warders. Sadly, once again the High Lords dismissed the petition without a full hearing, as apparently the Imperium's needs were better met. If it wasn't for what was about to happen, you have to feel some degree of sympathy for the Warders. They're trying to do their duties, and yet they keep getting screwed over by Terra. How nice. So, after being denied the reinforcements they have needed, and to add massive insult to these injuries, the Administratum increased the tithes demanded from the Maelstrom Zone. Yeah, really bad timing, Sloths. Huron, however, was not about to take this line. So in protest to all the garbage that had been dumped on his and the Warders' heads, he declared that Madame Chimera's planetary ties were null and void. He also blocked Imperial trade through these realms in anger at the Administratum and the wider High Lord refusal to give the Warders the resources necessary to effectively subdue the Maelstrom. Instead, he put these resources towards reinforcing the Badass sector and the Warder's front. The space defenses that were built around the outer and inner spheres of the Badab sector would eventually be called the Ring of Steel, and was claimed to be completely impenetrable. You know, the amount of times I've heard something called impenetrable and then gets penetrated is such a common thing that I wonder whether or not people make that claim simply to win a bet they made with their friends about how naming something impenetrable made people all the more eager to penetrate it. At the same time, Huron ordered the old citadel, which had housed the ruling elites before the Astroclaws came down and kicked them in the heads, destroyed. After it was destroyed, he designed a whole new palace that was heavily fortified and would be known as the Palace of Thorns. Notice how Huron has a bit of a prickly personality? While this was going on, the Administratum was having a real fit. Because by all accounts, they had every right to the resources of the Badab sector to be distributed wherever they felt was necessary. Except for one tiny problem. The Astartes' ancient right to defend the Imperium by entering as necessary superseded the Administratum's position. This standoff between the Maelstrom Warders and the Administratum or Segmentum authorities lasted for over a century. But the Warders did continue to conduct their military operations around the Maelstrom. But there was another consequence for this complete and total shutdown of resources from the Badab sector. The nearby Cathargo sector had been growing rich and decadent by the equal the output of the Maelstrom to the wider Imperium. Plus, they were the ones who got to guard, and thus tax, the Administratum supply routes through this region of space to the western Segmentum Ultima. But with the resources from the Maelstrom suddenly drying up, the Cathargo sector suddenly found itself suffering severe hunger, or rather, wealth pains. And when you take away rich people's money, they don't exactly stand around and let you redistribute it to people they regard as less than dirt for very long. And with that, we will leave the Badab sector as things quickly begin to spiral out of control. When we return, we will see the Astroclaws strike out of their garrison and make even more enemies among the Imperial ranks. We'll also see the events that take us from a simple matter of who gets the majority of the cookies to a full-scale Imperial Civil War. Thank you for watching this video, all Warhammer fans. Apologies for the delay, but I was battling a very severe sickness for over a month, which I'm pretty sure Nurgle sent me. If you like the series, please help the channel grow. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. And while we're just starting the new series, what would you all like to see? Another series like Hidden Racks, or perhaps something else in the As always, for more great Warhammer lore and fun videos, check out the links in the description below. This is the Wolf's Corner. Have a good day.
Gone? Sure. Last time I talked with you, we were in the middle of a bloody war invading a world infested by tyrannies. Okay. Hey guys, welcome back to the Wolf's Corner. After a while, I kind of got distracted with some slip. I had to deal with them, and now get to keep watching for the Inquisition. Anyway, let's return to battle. Last we left, Chapter Master Huron had denied help after painstakingly coming up with a plan to take the Maelstrom toward the Imperium at long last, and thus he had blocked all resources flowing out or through the Maelstrom zone in protest. Now we will see the Astroclaws return to the duties they have trained for all their lives, but in doing so, they will make enemies who will haunt them for many years to come. After fortifying the badass the Woman of Steel and the Tyrant's Legion, the Astral Claws deployed forces to other legions as per their old duties. One of the places they deployed to was the Segmentum Solar itself. Here, they took part in the aftermath of what was known as the Fourth Quadrant Rebellion, and had almost the entire quarter of the Segmentum. This task force composed of themselves, White Star, the Celestian Guard, none other than the Death Corps of Krieg, yeah, those guys, as well as and the Titan Legion, Legio Venator. This force elected Huron as their leader. Under his command, the task force ruthlessly wiped out the Ocampo system, which had been heavily fortified by Traitor and Chaos forces in less than a year. But not all those who took part were happy with Huron's leadership. Chapter Master Stigor Lazarek, senior chapter master, he had been passed over as leader. This grudge would come back to Poland. Next officer the Astral Claws departed was in 821 M40. Trade pushed out towards what was known as the Karab sector in the Neon cluster, where a combined force of warders intercepted them and then proceeded to wipe the entire Orc raid out in a series of pitched battles. During one such fight, he personally slew the Orc war boss, Baraka. This made him a hero to the people of Endymion. The next chance the warders had to punch deep into the maelstrom came in 869 M41. You know, those reasonable and logical thinking fellows declared a crusade of wrath to the maelstrom. At the same time, the warders attacked the maelstrom from the southern and eastern approaches. The combination of metal and the strategic planning of heroes, the Imperials were able to destroy 23 stronghold worlds as the Black Templars were called away to aid the beleaguered realm of Ultramar in the wake of the Tyrannic War. Having already suffered substantial losses in the campaign, the warders were forced to withdraw from the Maelstrom, much to Huron's fury. During this time, Huron was rather quiet and withdrawn on his return from the Maelstrom, either locking himself away in the captain's archives for days on end, anyone, or he kept long, silent vigils alone in the fortress monastery, gazing unblinkingly for hours at a holosphere of the Maelstrom zone. Some say that it was during this time that Huron became corrupted and fell from grace. He had been denied the gold of his entire life, and even worse, he had been denied his. This finally unhinged him, or gave into hubris and false pride. Some detractors have even gone so far as to suggest that during the Crusade of Wrath, while deep within the nightmare realm of the Maelstrom, some vile or warp-tainted promises formed their way to his heart. Of course, things got worse, not only within the Maelstrom, but the wider kingdom as well, as the threat of High Priest in complete disarray, and wars or rumors of wars as far as the Eye of Terror and the Ghoul threatened to erupt, as well as galaxy-wide revolts and other strange phenomena. The crisis burned across the Imperium, and in the dying years of the 800s M41, Huron saw the Maelstrom zone slipping from his grasp, and all the victories the warders had gained began to crumble. And so, in an attempt to protect his grip, he remained unaware that Maelstrom events were moving against him. Soon, it would all come crashing. While Huron was watching his dream fall apart, Imperial authorities were approaching the Badab system. The courts temporal of the Imperium had judged the administration, and so an Imperial investigation that included representatives of the Adeptus Mechanicus Biologus Invigila and the Administratum Lords of the Cathargos sector were sent to Badab to demand the delivery of the Badab Tide and the chapter's agency requirements. The fleet never left the system, in circumstances that remain to this day unconfirmed or explained. Even within these records, the investigation fleet was fired and destroyed in its entirety as it attempted to force its way through the room of steel in order to press its demands. No ship survived, more than 20,000 servants of the Imperium were lost. Of course, after such a disaster, claim and counterclaim ensued in the aftermath. Huron delivered his own definitive report on the Badab matter to the Segmentum authorities, which adamantly insisted that the fleet was fired upon only after refusing to give away to the justice of the system's masters. Within the Cathargos sector, naturally, outrage at the incident quickly became widespread, and soon such trade links that had remained between the Maelstrom Zone and the Cathargos sector were abruptly severed or subject to the harshest scrutiny. Moved to heavily censor the Astral Clause chapter, along with calls for the arrest and trial of Huron for such treachery against the Imperium. Of course, with all the bloodshed happening elsewhere, the claims were ignored. Seen as nothing more than a small spat of nobles and the Astartes chapter was. Speaking of, to the High Lords, Huron was the lawful master of the realm permanently unlawful, a bulwark against the Xenos and chaos. And on the most basic level, he was authorized to defend those domains he could, without charges of willful and premeditated homicide against the Imperial servants, which is almost impossible to prove. So, naturally, over the next 3 years, the Catharan Imperial commanders took it upon themselves to send 2 further punitive expeditions into the Maelstrom Zone, but both fleets were lost in unconfirmed circumstances, supposedly never reaching the Badab system. The Astral Clause was expected, but again, who were near bankrupted by this stage, attempted to circumvent Badab itself, taking the far longer and more perilous route in order to access the lost tide to make up their shortfall. In other words, the whiny nobles were throwing a hissy fit and decided to take the long route despite the odds. By 903 of the 41st millennia, the agents of the Catharan Imperial commanders began to spread propaganda in the Segmentum and the Senatorum Imperialis to any that would listen. As the local administratum continued to press the High Lords to intervene directly, the Maelstrom Warders kept arming themselves for war and conducted sweeps of the Maelstrom Zone in force as was happening. At the same time, they continued to augment their defenses within the Badab sector itself. To answer the continuing threats to his domain, Huron published Articles of Just Secession, which were also signed and ratified by the Masters of the Collectors and Mantis Warriors chapters. Oh, how foolish you just. I hope you actually read before signing them. These documents were designed to formally sever the Maelstrom Zone's direct ties to its neighboring sectors. In support of their cause, the document cited both the edict that founded the Maelstrom Borders and the precedents that both weighed heavily in their favor. Once again, Huron did his homework as these documents were detailed and extensive. Full investigation into the Catharan sector, the sovereignty of the Space Marine chapters involved, the Mountain Crews, and stated again their willingness to defend the Maelstrom Zone Karns threatened all-out war, but lacked the means to do so alone. And as you know, anytime you take away the teeth of nobles, they will find a way to get them back. But even the nobles of this planet are not stupid enough to try and take on 3 entire chapters of Space Marines. Or rather, I should say, 3 official chapters of Space Marines. Because as I mentioned previously, Huron was going to and substantial reinforcing So, instead, they petitioned aid to attack the Departamento Uniform and the Segmental Coalition and Rise Up, which of course were flatly refused, and the nobles were eternally. Miles, the Thargo sector itself drafted an increasingly large number of troops into its planetary defense regiments to further their goal of direct and open appeals to Sartrap had quickly realized that only space marines were able to compete with other space marines in battle. Yeah, no shit. The Firehawk chapter was the first response. They were still bitter about that whole Fourth Quadrant Rebellion thing and now saw a chance to get their vengeance. And soon the blood would flow. And with that, I'll have to leave you quickly as I can hear the Inquisitorial stormtroops out in the street. We'll have to pick up this story later. This time when we find it continue, we will see the opening moves of the true battle and the stumblings of heroes more violence than they were for strategies to achieve their objectives. Uh-oh. I hear them just out in the hall. Out the window! Hear comments where I can find them? I'll see you again! Hopefully!
Of the Carthan sector rallied support among their people and sent pleas for aid from the Space Marines, while the Warders continued their eternal vigil of the raging war storm. Now at last the storm will break. At the direct request of the Satrap, elements of the Firehawks chapter of the Adeptus Astartes were sent to investigate the disappearance of Carthan shipping in the areas of the Gotham Wastes, which bordered the northern reaches of the Maelstrom. In the past, the Firehawks had used the vast orbital dockyards of the Carthan capital world Ultra for supply. The volatile nature of the Firehawks was widely known and was likely to Carthan. As these inquisitorial records show, it would not be long before her arrogance and folly would cause her conducting search and destroy operations in the Algonquin base, where the Firehawks acquiesced to dispatching several starships into the northern Maelstrom zone. One such vessel, the Red Harbinger, entered the Endymion cluster in 904 M41. This ancient region of space was under the stewardship of the Mantis Warriors chapter. The Red Harbinger entered the inland system. They were intercepted and surrendered by Mantis Warrior vessels. Ever fierce and proud, they were goaded by the Firehawks' refusal to allow them to board and open fire, crippling the lone crew. In a single instance, the full-scale conflict between the Space Marine chapters was ignited. The Mantis Warriors boarded and captured the Red Harbinger. The engagement was brutal to the extreme as both sides took heavy casualties. Less than 20 Firehawks were captured alive, and none surrendered. But their struggles brought time for an astropathic message to be dispatched to their chapel, warning of their fate, and they fought. While learning the fate of the Red Harbinger, Chapter Master Lazarak and the rest of his brothers were furious. They withdrew their forces from the operations already underway. The entire chapter fleet deployed with the utmost haste to the Maelstrom zone. Soon matters escalated from the Firehawks as they were met at the task force consisting of Mantis Warriors and Astral Claws warships. standoff returned and both sides traded threats. The Firehawks finally withdrew to await the arrival of their full forces, and especially their massive Firehawks traveled fleet within the Sagan system, and aided by their Carthan allies, soon launched a series of probing attacks and reconnaissance missions towards the Badab sector and the Endymion cluster. By this act, they displayed tensions to the point that the situation was rapidly proving untenable. The Catharan rulers and Firehawks made the first moves, but Warden were not as unprepared as they might have thought. Not only were the Tyrant of Badab and his allies battle-hardened and had the advantage of being intimate with the territory of the Firehawks, they had also been preparing for war. In particular, the men tactics of the enemy. Using the Carthans to distract the Astral forces in the Badab sector on Sagan proper, the Firehawks struck the Madagar world of Ibelis, the edge of the Endymion cluster, attacking civilian targets and burning great swaths of crops and land in order to antagonize the Mantis warriors. Unfortunately, this type of attack had been anticipated and planned for by the secessionists. The Mantis warriors pinned the Firehawks in place on Ibelis with their hit and run tactics. The secessionist fleet was able to draw the Firehawks forces away from Sagan. The combined force of the Astral Claws and Lamenter's chapters soon descended upon the Sagan system and decisively overwhelmed the planetary defense forces and the Carthan. Badly mauled, the stranded Firehawks and Carthan troops found themselves cut off from supply and behind enemy. This forced the Firehawks to withdraw from the Ibelis system as they raked the surface of the planet one final time and successfully punched through the secessionist blockade that was attempting to pin them in. The Firehawks' Raptorus Rex claimed the life of the secessionist maelstrom squadron of Mars-class battlecruiser Sacred Tetrarch, one of the warship's mighty Nova cannons to prevail against a formidable star focus. Remember that a Nova cannon is intended to cripple battleships, and against a ship like Raptorus Rex, the secessionist might have been throwing data slings at them. The world is on the region following these tumultuous events as the secessionists consolidated their gains. The Catharans retreated in disarray, fitting given the plan in which the secessionists would receive slight and refusal to keep paying them. Soon, the Firehawks were forced into a long period of retreat into the zone's fringes, which lasted until late 904 M41. This was natural, as the chapter was completely outnumbered and outgunned. This situation remained until the Marines' parent chapter entered the Firehawks. This chapter diverted a sizable force of 6 companies and a fleet of 4 vessels, although their precise motivations for doing so remain obscure. These represented codes of inquisitorial alternate motivations for the Marines' errant to join this conflict. But soon the Starfaring chapter quickly became bogged down protecting Imperial shipping along the Pale Stars region and the outlying Maelstrom Zone's colonies as the secessionists renewed their offensive. The Marines' errant split the incredibly frequent secessionist raids and attacks. Matters soon became more complicated when the Marines' errants were caught between the Firehawks' desire to destroy Huron's forces at any cost and the growing need to protect Imperial shipping and the outlying Cathargo sector's colonies from the marauding secessionist forces. This difficulty was further complicated by a conflict of interest due to the ancient ties of loyalty and blood that the Marines' errants had forged with the Lamenter's chapter, which they had fought beside as recently as the Conth Crusade, but now faced each other as enemies. This led to incidents where the Marines' errants failed to try to do more than drive off the Lamenter's forces during raids, and in which both parties gave quarter to the other, raising the mutual ire of their respective allies. Towards the year's end, matters worsened as more star systems were consolidated. The Firehawks and their Carthan allies continued to suffer heavy losses. Soon, a dozen worlds had fallen in short order to secessionist control, succumbing to direct secessionist assault or by diplomatic submission to prevent the slaughter of civilians. By the end of 904 M41, the first development appeared in the form of the notoriously grim and independent Executioner's chapter. News had reached the Marines errant that the executioners had announced their intention to support the secessionist cause in payment of an ancient blood oath given by their chapter to Astral Claws. The executioners sent their mighty warship to Winnipeg with a full augmented company of parties including the secessionists as a vanguard before the rest of the chapter came to join the war. Now, the loyalists would have to declare what they thought were the chapters of Space Marines. Desperate, Carthan satrap Tanit Koenig was forced to Procurator generals of this town were long overdue. Nearly bankrupted by their sector's losses in the war, and with their fleet anchored at Sagan Free, now in the hands of the secessionists, the Carthan imperial commanders mounted a final attempt to harvest the resources needed to Biania and Camara, before the secessionists could claim these worlds as their own. Naturally, they would not pay the tithe, so they decided to steal them from somewhere and hope the bureaucrats did not notice. Unfortunately, the secessionist intelligence network had already captured everyone of this supposedly secret convoy and laid a carefully prepared trap. They allowed the Carthan convoy to take on the vast amount of wealth awaiting as they were preparing to transit into the war. Secessionist forces, comprised mainly of elements from both the Astral Claws and Lamentus chapter fleet, were led by Huron himself. The Carthan convoy was encircled and then taken one vessel at a time in a series of ferocious ship-to-ship boarding actions. Over 24 vessels were taken as secessionist losses sustained by the attacking forces. Only through the brilliant leadership of Lieutenant Commander Anton Narvaez was the Marine errant capital ship Star Jackal able to escape the Tyrant of Badab's cunning trap, fighting its way clear while sustaining heavy damage. They might be traitors, but part of me has to applaud the tactical genius of Huron and how he turned the hubris of his enemies against them. But, more importantly, the damage sustained in this battle caused the Star Jackal and its brilliant commander to fall behind in the Marines' errant's pursuit of the Mantis warriors to the world of Bellerophon's fall. It would be there that many of the chapter's commanders and senior officers were to die. The Marines' errant's chapter was drawn towards the industrial moon of Bellerophon's fall by the Mantis warriors. The two chapters engaged in fierce combat, but the Mantis warriors managed to isolate and entrap the Marines' errant's 1st and 3rd companies, destroying much of the command structure in a series of murderous surgical strikes. The Marines' errants were decimated and forced to retreat in disarray. In a deadly battle, it fell to Lieutenant Commander Narvaez, but he succeeded in saving the besieged survivors and daring to counter them. In the aftermath of this tragedy, it would also fall to Narvaez to take the reins of leadership as the Marines' errant's chapter's last surviving senior officer in the war. Anton Narvaez would later somehow manage to reform the Marines' errant's contingent into an effective fighting force once more, although they return as a mere shadow of their former strength. Yet again, a single Imperial officer's actions saved a force loyal to the God Emperor from the oblivion of history. To make matters worse for the Imperial loyalists, the Astral Claws fought the Firehawks back to the edge of the Golgothan Wastes, focusing all their attention on eliminating the chapter altogether. The Claws succeeded in inflicting serious casualties on the chapter, which could no longer be considered an effective fight. Facing bitter recrimination in light of this tragedy, the alliance between the Firehawks and the Marines' errants all but collapsed. The secessionist forces would continue to make major advances throughout the rest of the year, almost the zone now belonged almost wholly to Huron, the Tyrant of Battle. And that is where we must end this broadcast, as I fear the Inquisition has traced my signal. When I find another safe place to translate, I will change the situation from a simple internal dispute to a full-scale civil war, and the consequences such a decision brought to the center. This is Imperial Loyalist Wolf, and may the Emperor's life.
Self-modified armor is over 300 kilometers away from their chosen target. shunning heavy gear vehicles in favor of reduced visibility to auspex and thermal detectors, the Raptors' war party launched a lightning assault under the cover of a blinding gale, and succeeded in breaching the fortress walls of the main orbital defense complex with help of a remaining entrance. They then successfully sabotaged the base's weapons silos despite taking heavy casualties from a bitterly contested counterattack by the Astral Claws. With the way open, the two chapters' battle barges bombarded the planet from the upper atmosphere, smashing the secessionists' held positions into surrender, and liberating Cerngard. The liberation of Cerngard marked a turning point in the war as the Royalists began to drive a potential wedge down the middle of the secessionist worlds. But before they could take advantage of this new game, dire news came from the Howling Griffins stationed at a deadly new threat. Inquisitorial interrogations of an Astral Claw apothecary captured during the Battle of Cerngard Lower fortresses revealed to the general shock of the interrogators the prisoner was not in fact an Astral Claw by origin at all, but was in fact a former member of the Tiger Claw, chapter had long thought lost. The Astral Claw's hubris resulted in their chapter secretly absorbing the remnants of their long-lost successor chapter, and ultimately led to Huron's dreams of expanding his chapter into a force with the strength of one of the Space Marine legions in order to pacify the Maelstrom Zone permanently and crush mankind's enemies. Some Imperial scholars contend that when the last remaining Tiger Claws were taken into the Astral Claw's midst, these once loyal brothers grasped a poisonous viper to their hearts, thus causing them to eventually fall from grace. Further dire and extreme interrogative methods were then used to secrecy. A planned series of stalk and capture raids were engaged upon by covert Astartes and Inquisition forces operating within the Maelstrom Zone. Evidence was quickly amassed that the collective seemed a terrible heresy that had been pursued by the Astral Claws and Huron for more than a century, and to which I previously mentioned all that time ago. The Tyrant had ordered the withholding of his chapter's gene seed ties to the Magos Invigila, not to replenish the chapter's own losses, but at first in order to help save the remnants of the decimated ranks of their near-extinct kin, the Tiger Claws, who had sought sanctuary with them in secret. Huron and his fellows hid them within the Astral Claw's own ranks. He then further compounded this by seeking to expand his own forces far past the levels mandated by the Codex Astartes. Just 100 years before the outbreak of the conflict, the Astral Claws secretly attempted to transform their chapter into a force equal to a Space Marine legion. In his monumental arrogance and pride, Huron sought not to rebel against the Imperium, but to prove his case by scouring the and establishing a new realm carved out to mankind in the name of the Emperor. To outside scrutiny, the Tyrant placed Astral Claw's detachment within the Tyrant's Legion ranks before the outbreak of the war as trainers, tasked with the purging and improvement of the mediocre and often corrupt PDF armies in the Badab sector. But in reality, the Tribunes were in all cases passed off as the force's commanders. This treachery succeeded in concealing the true number of the Tyrant's growing chapter from prying eyes, and enabled the Astral Claws to disperse these hidden forces all across Huron's domain, hidden within the Tyrant's Legion. The duplicity of the Tyrant and the Astral Claws rapidly became apparent when the Badab War engulfed the Maelstrom Zone, as did the identity of the true commanders of the Tyrant's Legion, who willingly followed their master without fault, taking up arms against any who would challenge the Tyrant's domain. And as I mentioned earlier, the Astral Claws apothecaries had also been conducting experiments in rapid zygote, but it was not very successful. Unfortunately, the time that they'd had allowed the Astral Claws to stand at about 3,500 battle brothers. So at long last, the numbers were correct. The Loyalists knew they were not facing 4 chapters of secessionists, they were facing 6.5. And so the war just got a whole lot more problematic. I would like to go on, but unfortunately it seems the Inquisition's caught up with me again. When we come back, I will tell you about the bloodiest periods of this conflict and how the war between brothers left the Imperium blind to other enemies who saw an opportunity to get some of their own loot from this fight. This is Imperial Loyalist here, and I apologize to whoever owns the window I'm about to go through. Have a good day! New policy. Don't go hiding in a nobleman's bathroom chased by the Arbites, or try to escape through the piping. They really don't clean them as well as they claim. Hello! Welcome back to the Wolf's Corner. Sorry for such a delay. The Arbites have been on my tail for some time. Guess they really didn't like me borrowing one of their rhinos to get away from that Inquisitor. Maybe they were mad about me crashing into that hive tower. Nah! Anyway, now that I have a moment to get this Vox out to you, let's get back to the Badab War as soon as I get this dirt off the data slate. There we are. Now, last we left off, the Imperials had discovered the horrifying truth about the Astral Claws, even while the Imperium seemed to be on the verge of truly turning the tide of the war. Sadly, these hopes would be quickly dashed, as even more forces and factions would join in on this conflict. A disastrous defeat for the Loyalist forces in early 907 would mark the bloodiest year of the conflict, as the bulk of the Executioner's chapter had arrived in force in the Maelstrom Zone, and immediately conducted a surprise attack at Kamara. The Executioners took this time after rushing to join this war, after all. With the speed of their attack, they succeeded in destroying the Loyalist outposts, listening stations, and, worst of all, the vital astropathic relay complex and the night moons of the Kamara system in one stroke. The Howling Griffins chapter forces garrison the Kamara system were outnumbered and overwhelmed, suffering greatly as their bastions and stations fell one after the other despite their tenacious defense. The Howling Griffins were systematically destroyed by the relentless onslaught of the Executioners from this unseen quarter. Yes, even the Emperor's Angels can be caught off guard. As the Howling Griffins' positions were being overrun and decimated on the airless Destiny and other parts of the system, it fell to Dreadnought Confessor Titus to rally the beleaguered forces as a captain. Unafraid of the taunts around him, the Great Warrior led his battle brothers with implacable zeal in a desperate counterattack, which bought his chapter the chance to regroup and mount an effective fighting defense at the cost of his long life. This was a terrible blow to the Howling Griffins, and not only did they lose a mighty dreadnought, but the experience and skill of the warrior within was gone too. These facts crushed the Howling Griffins' morale even while they continued to fight on. Fortunately, the Griffins were not fighting full Chaos Space Marines. After the Executioners had finally withdrawn from the battlefield, the surviving Howling Griffins found that their foe had honored Titus's glorious sacrifice by laying out the wreck of his sarcophagus within a ring of broken weapons, placing one of their own shattered standards in the lifeless grasp of the fallen war machine. If it had been full traitors, they would very likely have mutilated the sarcophagus. Such is the Chimera system's defense platforms and listening stations destroyed the Executioner's forces and achieved their primary objective. They could have pressed their advantage and utterly destroyed the Howling Griffins outpost, but instead, they withdrew suddenly from the system, leaving the Howling Griffins garrison with more than 70% casualties. This development provoked a great deal of anxiety from Huron, but he was mindful of the dangerous temperament of the Executioner's commander, the High Chaplain Tulsa Kane. So Huron did not issue any formal reprimand to them, even though I'm certain he wanted to do so, and instead welcomed them into the battle for the secessionist cause. Despite the grievous losses dealt to them by these new arrivals to the Badab sector, the remainder of the Howling Griffins task force continued to doggedly fight on, refusing to shrink away from their responsibilities to the Loyalist cause until formally relieved from the war in 909. However, the new arrivals were not the only problem facing the Loyalists at this time. Taking advantage of the anarchy that reigned within the Maelstrom Zone, it was unsurprising that attacks from unaligned raiding forces of races based within the turbulent expanse of the Maelstrom dramatically increased, reaching a new height during this third year. The secessionists suffered the worst at the hands of these non-aligned forces in the Badab War, which makes sense as they had the most to lose from the forces within the Maelstrom pushing out of it, in this humble servant's opinion. A large Orc Corsair fleet spilled forth from the Kala system, assaulting secessionist supply convoys between the Endymion cluster and the Badab sector, and ultimately assaulted the Mantis warriors at Endymion itself. A large force of over 20,000 orcs proceeded to slaughter the planet's meager garrison, forcing the Mantis warriors to pull back to defend Endymion and meet the orcs in a rapid-moving land battle on the dust plains of Orilla, lest they lose that fight. As serious as the orc attacks against the cluster was, there was far worse implications of the growing threat of the demon-tainted Corsair cults based on the blighted world of Magog. Their power was what had actually driven towards the orcs. This forced the secessionists to launch a direct assault on the Hellish world, which, despite a prior Exterminatus campaign, had long remained a thorn in the Maelstrom Order's side. This, I imagine, was one of the many issues that Huron had brought up as examples for why the Maelstrom Orders need reinforcements to effectively suppress them. To defeat this threat, Corian Sumatras, one of Huron's most seasoned battle captains, commanded an Astral Claws battle barge and conducted the attack on Magog. A force of 2 companies of the chapter and a strong force of hand-picked Astral Claws and Lamenter's Terminators successfully cut off the threat while it was still forming. The tyrant knew well they could ill afford the risk of fighting a war on 2 fronts if they continued to allow the dire threat on Magog to continue to grow. Though it was a costly diversion that caused a high number of fatalities, the secessionists were able to reinforce their flank just as a new enemy entered the conflict. And what an enemy it was. The powerful, fleet-based chapter of Dark Renown, the Minotaurs, arrived in full strength in the Maelstrom Zone in mid-907. They announced their presence in the war by launching a full chapter-scale assault on the secessionist-controlled mining facilities on Cairo, wiping out the 46,000-strong Tyrant Legion garrison and rendering the mine works unusable. Afterwards, the Minotaurs sent a ship with a representative and officially presented themselves to the Loyalist Council of War. Their master, the darkly famed Asterion Moloch, remained with his chapter to raid through the Pale Stars region in order to decimate rather than conquer a pre-planned list of resource-producing worlds within the region in order to starve the secessionist war effort. While the Minotaur's chapters succeeded overall strategic authority to the War Council of the Loyalist chapters already engaged in the conflict, they deliberately stayed largely aloof and distant from its general chain of command, distancing themselves from the other chapters as was their wont, and deferring to the Legate Inquisitor's authority more often than that of the Lord High Commander Carab Cullen or his advisors. This distance was shown in their standing representative to the War Council, the gaunt, brooding, and taciturn chaplain Ivanas N. Comey, whose red-rimmed eyes observed all, although he barely spoke a word during the gathering. The Minotaur's chapter master Moloch never put in a personal appearance at these councils, and the only evidence that he served during the Badab conflict at all came from picked footage recovered from battle scans and fearful stories spread by the few secessionist survivors of the Minotaur's brutal attacks. The Minotaur's involvement, I have no doubt, definitely helped swing the tide of the war, but I also imagine it caused some issue with other chapters given their reputation. And honestly, who can blame their worry when the Minotaurs introduced themselves by wiping out an entire bloody planet? Now, of course it is an effective strategy, but by the God Emperor, what an entrance that was. Now, some of you, my dear loyal listeners, must be wondering, why did the Minotaurs show up in the first place? Well, the answer is rather simple. The Minotaurs had come in answer to the direct summons from the acting Legate Inquisitor for more Space Marines to join the Loyalist cause against the secessionist chapters. Though the arrival of this savage chapter was cautiously welcomed by the Loyalists, they undoubtedly couldn't deny the considerable strength that would be added to the imperial cause. The conflict was in its fourth year of warfare, and the Minotaurs committed their entire chapter to the war, 10 companies and 11 capital ships of various sizes. The Minotaurs attacked indiscriminately, attacking not only the 30-plus secessionist-controlled minor worlds and stations, but also overlooked independent minor outposts. Operating largely independently in the southern Maelstrom Zone, the Minotaurs proceeded to strike targets amid the Pale Stars and Dene Stellar Drift border regions. The viciousness of the chapter's reputation for leaving no survivors among those that resisted them quickly grew and remained uncontested until the arrival of an even more savage and brutal chapter to the conflict. Against this unending tide of violence, only the warships and strike forces of the Executioners seemed able to halt the Minotaurs' progress within the region, the two chapters appearing to relish battle between them as a kind of bloody sport. For the remainder of the year, the Minotaurs gained several important victories for the Loyalist cause, destroying the Tyrant's Legion forces on Crow's Word and Larsa, and forced the Astral Claws to withdraw or risk having their worlds isolated and ravaged one by one. Within 1/3 of a standard year of the Minotaurs' arrival in the region, the direct and collateral damage caused by their forces reduced the human population of the Pale Stars alone by more than 20%. The power of this chapter quickly proved a decisive weight in the Loyalist favor, regardless of its brutal methods. By the end of 907, the secessionist forces had begun to be pushed back from several key systems and suffered severe losses. In the northern central Maelstrom Zone, the battle for Galen between the Astral Claws and a joint force of Salamanders and Fire Angels eventually resulted in the Loyalists successfully taking the system. To further add to the secessionists' dreadful luck in this part of the war, they lost the world of Viana, which finally fell after a massive joint assault by the Minotaurs and Red Scorpions chapters. Basically, the Inquisition's whipping boys. Huron had all but abandoned the world and the sizable Tyrant's Legion garrison stationed there to their fate. As the Angels of Death fell amongst the beleaguered defenders, their end was swift and brutal. By dawn, Viana was in Loyalist hands as the Tyrant's Legion was put to the sword. In early 908, Inquisitorial agents had acquired evidence of a plot between the Astral Claws and renegade heretic scavengers from the Golgothan Wastes. They had devised a plan to acquire recovered buried weapons stored on the dead world of Synax. The Sons of Medusa task force, backed by the newly arrived company from the Exorcist chapter, were given the task to stop this. Sons of Medusa led the determined and brutal campaign to scour out the Tyrant's forces, the conduct of which caused some discord between the two chapters, with accusations that the Sons of Medusa were more interested in pursuing their own mysterious agenda instead of hunting down the enemy as quickly as possible. The Exorcists soon withdrew and redeployed their forces for the forthcoming assault on the Sagan system, leaving the Sons of Medusa to eliminate the Synax threat as they saw fit. The Second Battle of Sagan was a major planetary assault undertaken in 908 that drove the secessionists from their fortresses in the Sagan subsector. The assault was carried out by the largest combined Loyalist force fielded to that point during the Badab War. This offensive utilized the mass strength of the Fire Angels, Red Scorpions, and Exorcist chapters, supported by assault specialized forces drawn from the Salamanders, Raptors, and Nova Marines. The secessionists chose to mount a defense at any cost rather than giving up the vital Sagan system. They were traitors, but they were still tactically minded Astartes, not slobbering, blood-crazed chaos heretics. The fighting proved to be bloody and costly in the extreme. In a desperate attempt to either drive the Loyalists from the surface of Sagan III or render the planet unusable to them, the Astral Claws resorted to the use of virus weapons that slew tens of thousands of the world's population. This use of weapons of mass destruction ultimately destroyed a sizable component of the secessionists' own battle line. The Fire Angels deployed their full chapter strength and bore the brunt of the Loyalist casualties, valiantly sacrificing themselves in order to contain the Astral Claw's desperate final attempts to drive their forces from the world through the utilization of suicide attacks. This campaign resulted in the highest death toll of any single engagement of the war to this point, as well as the loss of several key secessionist warships in a vain counterattack on the system. The successful invasion of the Sagan system proved to be a major turning point of the war. After the system fell under Loyalist control, it became the primary Imperial base in the Maelstrom Zone, affording the Loyalist offensive greater access to the primary stable warp routes into the region, while denying those same routes to the enemy. Shortly after the end of the campaign, Sagan III was used as a supply point in order to fully relieve and reinforce Sungrad and support the start of the Endymion suppression campaign. This Loyalist advance effectively forced the remaining Mantis Warrior forces into a purely defensive posture, isolating them from the Badab sector and their secessionist allies. In effect, the Maelstrom Zone was now split into two regions, the Endymion cluster and the still heavily defended Badab sector itself. From this point onward in the conflict, the secessionists were only able to conduct commerce raids and targeted strikes which were carried out by the vessels of the Executioners and Lamenter's chapter fleets. In other words, it was the beginning of the end for Huron and his dreams of seceding from the Imperium. However, the war was far from over, and new problems were about to begin. With the secessionists having been judged sufficiently contained after the victory at Sagan, the Loyalists redeployed the chapters that had suffered battlefield attrition to some degree to deal with a new greenskin threat. With such a relatively significant force of Astartes deployed to fight the traitors among the Maelstrom, large orc incursions in the form of multiple Waa's erupted across the eastern fringe of the galaxy in the Segmentum Ultima. This redeployment included the forces of the Nova Marines, Raptors, and Howling Griffins chapters. They were withdrawn one by one from the conflict in managed stages as part of a major Imperium-wide strategic redeployment, along with a number of warships of the Segmentum Solar Reserve forces, which had been deployed in support of the Loyalist cause. However, the secessionists were not able to take advantage of this redeployment of Imperial forces, as one of their chapters was now square in the sights of the Legate Inquisitor. Legate Inquisitor Frayne provided the Loyalists with a mass of data about the Lamenter's movements and deployments, which was used to identify a pattern. By 908, the Lamenter's chapter had already suffered significant losses through attrition, but they were still a formidable force to be reckoned with, and a plan was put into action to isolate them from the Tyrant's cause and take them out of the war permanently. Using the intel acquired by Frayne's spy network, the Loyalists quickly discerned that the Lamenters were being used as a shield by the Tyrant of Badab to guard his southern flank and contest the Loyalist domination of the Pale Stars, while he kept the bulk of the Astral Claws in reserve near Badab itself. The losses incurred by the fleet-based chapter had been due to their continuous deployments defending the southern Badab sector, as well as serving escort duty to many secessionist supply convoys. The Minotaurs gathered in strength, awaiting the opportunity to strike where they would be most effective, and soon that opportunity came when the location of the Lamenter's chapter bark, Mater Lacrimarum, was discovered in orbit over the feral world of Optera, taking on supplies. From what I've learned from the inquisitorial records, a part of me feels sympathy for the Lamenters. Even though they may be of the dreaded cursed founding, they still fought on in defiance of their fate, and did what they thought was right for the Imperium and the God Emperor. They're still traitors though, but I can't deny that if anything, they are reluctant traitors out of all of them. Now back to what happened to them. I think you can all imagine what is about to occur. The Minotaurs immediately dispatched a rapid strike force to attack the vessel and succeeded in catching it and crippling its main drives, preventing it from fleeing the system. The Lamenters were forced to defend their chapter bark at all costs, as it contained both their recovering battle casualties as well as their precious resource of gene seed. With the continued attacks on the bark, the majority of the Lamenter's fleet was drawn back to the Optera system. Once there, the Minotaurs laid bloody siege for 17 standard hours of brutal ship-to-ship fighting. Though the Minotaurs suffered heavy casualties, they eventually overpowered the Lamenters by virtue of their brutality and sheer weight of numbers. Their forces shattered, the few remaining Lamenters were forced to surrender, rather than risk the annihilation of their precious bark. The majority of their fleet was left ruined or drifting in the void. The Minotaurs claimed salvage rights to the crippled Lamentor's fleet and the war gear of the Fallen to replace their own serious losses. The surviving Lamentors were incarcerated on a prison orbiting the night side of Sagana 2 amid rumors of their growing insanity in confinement. Only 311 Lamentors' battle brothers survived to be interred on the prison hulk for the rest of the war. Less than 100 Lamentors were estimated to be deployed elsewhere during the fighting and still remained. The chapter's severe losses effectively removed them from the secessionist order of battle. The loss of Lamentors from the secessionist cause was a significant blow they could not afford. It was a sixth of their fighting force, and a fairly mobile force that had been able to launch rapid strikes against the Loyalists, not something you want to lose at this point. While continuing the war, the Loyalists intervened in matters unfolding on the world of Angstrom in 908, in what would become one of the most remarkable operations of the Badab War. The sovereign, independent Adeptus Mechanicus domain of Angstrom in the eastern Maelstrom Zone had remained neutral throughout the conflict, rejecting diplomatic missions and threats from both sides to join them in their cause. The Magos felt that there was no cause for them to interfere in what they perceived as an internal dispute between rival Imperial factions. Once again, the Cogheads are too busy tinkering to notice the firestorm all around them. Angstrom continued their operations as usual, which included a long-standing agreement to render up a bounty of advanced weapons and refined ores to be collected by the Imperium's representative on a 3-yearly cycle from the edge of the planetary system. The Magos pointedly didn't care from which of the Imperium servants retrieved the bounty, only that they carried out their part of the arrangement without fault. In the past, this arrangement had provided the Maelstrom Warders with a vital resource, and the Tyrant's servants continued to be in the perfect position to collect it. The Red Scorpions and Salamanders jointly conducted a secret plan of attack, deploying a small elite force to sabotage and prevent the secessionists from claiming the bounty of the independent forgemen. In the confusion and destruction that followed, the Angstrom Mechanicus, incensed by the outbreak of hostilities within their domain, assaulted both forces and drove them away from the system, granting the Loyalists a major strategic victory. But it did, however, stir the notoriously bellicose Mechanicus into taking a greater interest in the war. Just think about that for a second. A single independent Forge world managed to repel forces of the Adeptus Astartes. I shudder to imagine what things they released to do that. So these Magos were now going to join in the conflict, and they did so in a very grandiose way. They sent their warships and ground forces in retaliatory raids against Elan and Venus until the Terran legates intervened and brokered a peace, guaranteeing the fickle Angstrom Mechanicus restitution. Lord High Commander Cullen took precautionary measures and dispatched the Firehawks and the Raptorus Rex alongside a pursuit force composed of a mixture of Loyalist chapters to conduct a blockade of the Outer Systems approaches for the duration of the war. Really not sure that the Lord High Commander chose the right chapter for the job, but hey, at least he's got that massive star fortress now guarding the system. By 909, the Imperium Loyalists had effective control of the Maelstrom Zone's major fortress, enabling them to rapidly move their forces across the region and subject many rebel worlds and outposts to attack. Only the unpredictable forces of the Executioner's chapter offered a significant threat to the Loyalist control outside the Secessionist enclave. From this point onwards, the Secessionists, greatly reduced in fighting strength and ships, were effectively hemmed in around a handful of heavily defended star clusters and relegated to conducting scattered raiding operations and fighting a series of close defensive sieges. By the end of 909, whispers had reached Imperial intelligence operatives of the tyrant's increasing violence and paranoia, and of the further tightening of his murderous stranglehold on those worlds he still controlled. In particular, the Mantis Warriors were reduced to fighting a guerrilla resistance against an ongoing Loyalist suppression campaign against combined elements from the Fire Angels and Sons of Medusas. Sporadic and often bloody engagements were also fought in the Tranquility, Iblis, and Sigrid systems. The Loyalist forces suffered a severe defeat when the Fire Angels strike cruiser Polaris Rising was raided by the Mantis warriors under the leadership of their prophetic Master Librarian Ahraza Redith. They succeeded in damaging the main plasma reactors and weapon base before withdrawing their forces, leaving them at the mercy of 2 Orc kill cruisers. The Fire Angels fought a resolute last stand against the Vile Greenskins, disabling one of the kill cruisers before they were boarded by the remaining Orc vessels. As the Orcs swarmed the decks of the Fire Angels vessel, the Mantis warriors fell in ambush on the badly mauled Orc forces on their flank and annihilated them. The remaining 37 Fire Angels were marooned on Sigurd 6 under the care of their surviving apothecary and his med servitor, while their battered vessel was taken by the Mantis warriors as their prize. The Executioners continued to prove to be the scourge of Loyalist patrols and supply convoys, as well as destroying numerous outposts and listening stations. Some 43 merchantmen and 11 warships had either been seized or destroyed. They also committed themselves to several heavy raids as far as Bellerfon's Fall and Kylo. Their heaviest actions fell against the Minotaurs in the southern Maelstrom zone, such as the bloody tank duel fought on the airless of Zeal in the Crow's world system. The locations of the Executioner's base of operations continued to elude the Loyalists, allowing the Executioners to raid almost at will, giving battle against the Red Scorpions and the Minotaurs, harrying Loyalist shipping, and stopping attempts to consolidate Loyalist gains. The Loyalists knew that the next phase of the campaign would be particularly brutal. It would be a time of ruthless planetary purges, scorched Earth campaigns, and apocalyptic sieges. The Loyalists needed time to prepare for such a campaign, and fresh reinforcements if a victory was to be swiftly achieved. But War High Commander Cullen and his advisors knew they could not afford to wait too long before they went on the offensive, for every day gave the secessionists further opportunity to entrench and perhaps make good their own losses. Cullen knew he simply could not afford to allow a general of Huron's caliber too long to rebuild, plan, and prepare. The beginning of the year 910 proved to be a final, deathly calm, with the oncoming storm which would inevitably see the Badab War brought to its terrible conclusion. Many of the chapters on the Loyalist side had suffered substantial losses, and now would be replaced by other Space Marine chapters of even that dark renown. The Maelstrom Zone would soon be visited by slaughter unlike anything it had known in its long and turbulent history. For 6 long years, the isolated Galen system had been a pride that had been battled over repeatedly, shaking hands between Loyalist and Secessionist forces several times. Most significantly, the Galen system had been the site of a major battle between the Firehawks chapter and a mixed Secessionist assault force, which had incurred heavy losses on both sides. A battle which had seen Galen II's life-supporting domes laid waste, leading to mass refugee immigration to its neighbor, the frontier world of Galen VI. Under the direct command of the Magister Militum, yes, he's had a new name, Carapoen, he ordered the Loyalist forces diverted to impose order on Galen VI, crushing any hope of future resistance utterly. Accompanied by an Ordo Hereticus detachment under Inquisitor Cramner, one of Legate Inquisitor Freyne's personal aides, the only stipulation was that the planet was to remain habitable with a sufficient core of the population and infrastructure left alive and intact to service the needs of the Imperium's war effort. Plans to retake the world were calculated accordingly under the direction of the Sons of Medusa chapter's Iron Thane, Balin Cal, the theater commander. The Sons of Medusa launched an orbital bombardment of predetermined landing zones on the outskirts of the Old City. They then occupied 3 company-strength landing zones on the edge of Galen VI's Old City, encircling it and destroying all resistance. As they say, like father, like son, and the Sons of Medusa certainly live up to their Primarch's reputation. Over the course of 3 days and nights, the industrious Sons of Medusa landed supplies and additional Astartes and began the task of fabricating new fortifications and bastions. On the dawning of the 4th day, an unnatural fear and dread descended upon the surviving million inhabitants. This fear was a calculated weapon employed by the Sons of Medusa, though I have a feeling they did not get this from the Iron Hands. This sounds like something another, darker Astartes would. Without warning, the chapter launched a large armored assault composed of rhinos, razorbacks, land raiders, and hulking dreadnoughts, while land speeders took to the skies. Alongside the green livery of the emerald-armored specters of death was the crimson colors of the Inquisition's chimeras and repressors. From their vehicles' hailers, the Inquisition demanded the immediate surrender of all of Galen VI's population, or immediate judgment. Some of the population hurled themselves at the embodiment of the Emperor's wrath, only to be ruthlessly cut down by the Sons of Medusa, while others cowered in their hastily prepared defense position, or attempted to flee the city. Those that attempted to do so were also cut down by the patrolling land speeders and vulture gunships. Those that offered serious resistance within the city were isolated and destroyed. Only those that offered no resistance were spared, ignored by the Sons of Medusa as they had been so ordered. These survivors left openly in joy, only to be taken by the Inquisition's troops for processing, to await their fate in the Holy Order's Assis bastions, awaiting them in the Imperial landing zones. The old city was firmly in the hands of the Imperials within 56 hours of the beginning of the Sons of Medusa's attack. As news of the massacre had spread across Galen 6, a shroud of terror descended upon the planet. Soon, millions of native and refugees alike surrendered, even though Medusa was a death sentence, rather than live in fear of what was to come. Soon, the ruins of the old city were repurposed and rebuilt as an internment and processing center to handle Galen 6's population. Overall, the Galen campaign was considered a success. Although much of the population of the old city had been slain, the total death toll was considered light compared to that of a lengthy, planet-wide campaign of attrition. Amazingly, the Ordo Hereticus was merciful, indenturing the majority of the planet's population into a lifetime of penal servitude to pay for their crimes and transgressions. As a result, the Departamento Munitorum raised a number of fresh legions from the most ardent elements found on the world, while the rest of the population was set to toil on Galen 6 itself or deported elsewhere within the Maelstrom Zone to aid the rebuilding effort. The Sons of Medusa departed Galen 6 shortly thereafter, seeing the planet as a veritable prison hold whose population would pay for their crimes against the Imperium for generations. Considering the alternative would involve a considerable amount of promethium, I would have to agree that the Ordo Hereticus was gentle in this case. Of course, given what was about to arrive in the sector, many worlds would soon beg for such a treatment. Yes, my loyal listeners, we are about to enter into the dark waters with a red wake behind us. Arriving without warning in 910, an unidentified, fire-blackened strike cruiser identified itself with ancient, though still valid Imperial authorization protocols. It was the Levitus Vex, and its coming heralded the arrival of a force whose name was to become synonymous with bloodshed and the darkest acts of the Bad Hour. The unidentified Space Marine force had come to offer its aid to the Loyalist cause against the secessionists, claiming to have come in answer to a summons from Terra itself. They identified themselves as the Carcharodons Astra, using the ancient High Gothic form of their name, and formally requested the Loyalist acceptance and permission to enter the war zone. Upon their arrival, the Carcharodons' force commander Tiberius presented the Inquisitor Legate in charge of prosecuting the Badab conflict with notices patent provided to the chapter, confirming the rights and titles issued to it by several High Lords of Terra and Inquisitors now long dead. Tiberius even submitted himself to psychic probing and gene sampling. The Inquisitor Legate vouched for the Carcharodons. Lord High Commander Karab Cullen accepted the Carcharodons into his line of battle, although he was still wary of their loyalties and their deviations from the Codex during their long voyage beyond Imperial space. I suspect that the Carcharodons' appearance was not simply a whim of fate or chance. Something, or someone, had made sure they would arrive in the Badab sector, just like their namesake would appear in an area drawn to the scent of blood. Soon they would spill it in greater quantities than the sector had seen, and they had their prime target before anyone else knew it. The badly mauled, but still dangerous Mantis warriors. By 910, the strength of the Mantis warriors had been greatly diminished, but Cullen recognized the folly of leaving them undefeated at his flank as the Loyalists turned their full force to the invasion of the Badab sector. The Magister Militum had already considered a change in his deployment in order to mount a renewed offensive against the Endymion Army, but with the arrival of the Kakaradons, the Lord High Commander had been offered an unexpected asset to deploy, and so he let loose their savage ferocity against the Mantis warriors and the unsuspecting lords of their domain. The fleet of the Kakaradons broke out of warp directly above the Sigard system on the galactic plane, perilously close to the Sigard's swollen and violent sun, masking their presence with its solar flares. Split up into dozens of striking forces, the gray-clad Space Marines let the Sigard system have the first taste of their wrath and fury as they proceeded to devastate the numerous belt colonies, ship clans, and asteroid citadels. What had taken millennia to build and had withstood the ravages of Xenos and Corsairs alike were destroyed in mere days and weeks at the hand of these dreaded Space Marines. In the aftermath of this brutal campaign, an Imperial Navy scout vessel reported the entire system covered with wreckage, their Vox channels full of discordant ghost signals of dead and dying ships. It was also noted that the Kakaradons had deliberately plundered and scavenged, both in terms of gear, resources, and indeed human life. Within the conclusion of several authorities since, that the choice of Sigard, with its wealth of void colonies and infrastructure, had been the Kakaradons' first target, not simply because it had long connections with the Mantis warriors, because after the Kakaradons' unknown voyage from the outer darkness, they needed its bounty to replenish themselves for their part in the war. They were vicious and unrelenting Astartes, but they also knew what they would need. And the people of Sigard were the perfect supply depot for them. The Kakaradons continued to systematically annihilate planets in the cluster known to have harbored the Mantis warriors, forcing this secessionist chapter to stop using their hit-and-run tactics against the Loyalists and mass their forces in defense of these worlds. This strategy was likely what Force Commander Tiberius wanted, as it spared his Kakaradons from having to pursue them across the cluster to places where their foes held the advantage of support and local knowledge. First, the Kakaradons ravaged the feudal world of Iblis, smashing its infrastructure and putting its rulers to the sword. Then they attacked the planet's scattered settlements and nomadic crawler caravans by night, leaving bloody wreckage in their wake. They proceeded to turn Iblis into a wasteland inhabited only by shell-shocked survivors. The savage chapter then moved on and attacked the blighted industrial world of Endymion Prime itself, where a small Fire Angels force already held command of a decrepit manufactorum complex against Mantis warrior-led insurgents. The Kakaradons launched an orbital assault oblivious to the Fire Angels' disposition on the planet, hundreds of gray-colored drop pods dropping to the planet's suffocating surface. Honor-bound to defend this world, the Mantis warriors were forced to respond, coming to Endymion's aid with increasing numbers of their chapter to curb the savagery of the Kakaradons' assault. Once again, the Kakaradons had planned for this, and now their prey came to them. Though the Mantis warriors matched the Kakaradons with their own fierce martial skills, they were too few and could not turn the tide of the assault. Led by their chief librarian, Araza and Redith, the Mantis warriors refused to retreat and died in the defense of the planet. The Kakaradons continued to employ this pattern on the worlds of Sigal and Lagito, and then the twin worlds of the Tranquility System themselves. Each battle forced the Mantis warriors to come to the aid of the beleaguered worlds, destroying their ability to affect the war. Now worn down and scattered, the chapter had ceased to exist as an effective fighting force, but at a great price. In the aftermath of the Tranquility campaign, the Fire Angels, having suffered heavy casualties, sought permission to withdraw from the conflict. This was in no small part to the increasing anger of the Fire Angels against the Kakaradons, with whom they had repeatedly been at odds during the Tranquility campaign, and whose methods they held in utter contempt. Appalled by the actions of their allies, the Fire Angels withdrew the remaining contingents from the war with honor and returned to their homeworld to rebuild their sorely damaged forces. With the threat of the Endymion cluster neutralized, the Carcharodons redeployed, splitting their fleets to patrol the Loyalist rear echelons and relieve the Minotaurs and Red Scorpions to consolidate ahead of the expected invasion of the Badab sector. Unfortunately for the ravaged people of the Endymion cluster, this would not be the only time when calamity was visited upon their doomed world. For the Carcharodons would yet return in latter years to enact a final act of savagery against them. I would continue, my dear listeners, but if you listen, sounds like the Arbites have found me once again. So I will have to leave you. When we return, after I find another safe place to transmit, I will regale you with the lost tale of the Badab War and the growing schism that appeared within the secessionist ranks. But to do so, I need to get away. And the only way I can see that I can do that is through this pipe, which so happens to be a sewage pipe. Lucky for you, my listeners, the Vox transmission does not transmit smell. So hopefully I can send the next part of this tale to you. This is Imperial Loyalist Wolf. Hope you have a better day than I'm about to have. Now, that was horrible. But at least I'm out of the main part of the hive, and those Arbites would never think that pipe would take me out here. Hello! Welcome back to the Wolf's Corner. Now, hopefully we continue the tale of the Badab War. At least out here where it's a little bit safer, barring the crazy gangs that hang out in the ash wastes. Last time I left you, we learned about the arrival of the Carcharodons to the conflict, and their truly horrific brutality against the traitors. Now I will continue to regale you with the tales of the Badab War. And what better place to start than the Corcyraean Massacre? This is considered by some as a lost tale of the Badab War, whose true facts will never be known. The event was discovered by an Imperial Navy patrol in 910. Wreckage of a smuggler's base was discovered in the dust waste of Within the base, the troops discovered a carnage and destruction that they've rarely seen. A bloody battle had been fought between two sub-company-sized forces of Space Marines, the Land Cruisers and the Carcharodons. As I have made clear in the past transmission, both of these battalions were infamous for their savagery and unyielding stances toward their foes. In this space, they had fought each other for mutual annihilation. The base around them was ripped apart, its former inhabitants now molded into dust. Many of the bodies of both sides showed signs of something horrendous, severed limbs, and massive trauma that should have felt even an Astartes. And several were found locked in deathly We do not know which chapter's warriors survived to the end to claim a bitter victory. Neither chapter has acknowledged any survivors of the massacre living to tell what happened in Corcyra 2, which is a similar matter as other conflicts between the stars and the In mid-910, there was an increase in Corsair activity along the eastern Maelstrom zone. Among those in the Loyalist High Command, this was believed to have been caused by one astral that somehow slipped out of the zone and was now operating from the edges of the Maelstrom. Imperial Navy escort search and destroy squadrons were dispatched to the area to quell these attacks. Secessionists would not be able to exploit the opportunity to start a new battlefront on the Loyalist. Upon the frontier world of Rook, they found their evidence. This was one of the few worlds within the Maelstrom that could willingly aid Imperial agents, as their population was made up of oblationist zealots. They informed the Loyalist command that there had indeed
been an increasing slave rate of nearby systems of human corsair ships, led by an Astro-class strike cruiser identified as the Hyrcania. The pattern of attacks by these corsair ships were tracked by the Echo left in the warp to the Lapton system and its twin feral worlds of Chaprius and Starfleet. Having divined their strong forces massive, the Imperial Navy squadron was forced to withdraw in order to returning to seek reinforcements. Elsewhere in the northern Maelstrom zone, the Kokaradons were busy carrying out the final stage of while in the southern zone, the Minotaurs and cruisers backed by Imperial Penal regiments, known as Imperials from the secessionist worlds already conquered by the Imperium, were assaulting on the edge of the badass sector itself. The Tyrant's Legion was putting up a tenacious defense. Cullen marshaled his own Red Scorpions and the newly reinforced Exorcists at Sagan in preparation for an assault on the Curious. This was a vital target and considered by many to be the gateway to the Badab sector. Overall, the Loyalist forces had suffered considerable losses since the start of the war, and the opinion of many of the Space Marine chapters which had previously fought for the Loyalist cause had now departed. Some, such as the Howling Griffins and Marines Errant, had withdrawn owing to the casualties they had suffered, while others, such as the Nova Marines and most recently the Fire Angels, had departed for reasons of their own. In short, the Loyalist forces were stretched thin despite the fresh Space Marine companies that had recently arrived, and Cullen could not afford to be drawn into fighting on an increasing number of fronts. If he did, his forces would be bled dry slowly by attrition, as no doubt was the Tyrant's plan. Taking counsel with his fellow Space Marine commanders, it was the leader of the Salamanders contingent, the old and famed warrior, Hellas who offered a solution to the events on Lambton, offering to lead his own forces in a likely strike against them. The Salamanders would rely on the element of surprise, the arcane skills of Ona Nostroma to position their attack, and the power of their potent battle barge, Pyre of Glory, dealing a crippling blow to the enemy. Chaplain Ivanis Comey, representing the aloof and secretive Minotaurs in the War Council, offered to take his personal guard and such forces to muster to aid the Salamanders in this mission. So approved, the strike force, named the Gift of Fire, fitting name given the Salamanders' love of such a tool, was further augmented by a pair of Imperial Navy light cruisers and a frigate squadron. This force was dispatched immediately on the long voyage to the Lambton system. The Loyalists entered the erratic binary star system of Lambton. Their fears were realized. Above the feral world of Chaprius, a ragged armada of star vessels, scows, and wrecks had been assembled from scavenged hulks and pirated freighters. Auspex scams and auger probes revealed that on the planet below, vast camps and training grounds had been raised up. Here on Chaprius, a new army was being forged from brutal and tainted tribal warriors enslaved to the tyrant's cause, a disposable weapon to kill and be killed at Huron's will. Mirsan deduced that the bulk of the enemy warships were away on some mission of plunder. There would not be a better time to strike. Swiftly, the venerable Salamanders configured a bold attack plan. The Joint Starting Strike Force made planetfall and immediately attacked the secessionist bastions and training camps. In the meantime, their ships and naval escort immediately swept out again and set about destroying the Armada as swiftly and quickly as possible. And the two chapters launched their drop pods and thunderhawk gunships in radically chosen killing. They met firmer resistance by their cousin. The Minotaurs were masters of siegecraft, as they attacked the iron bastions of the astral claws. Using their Thunderhawks to punch a gap in the enemy's firing lines, gunships destroyed assault terminators and devastator squads directly into the smoking wreckage. The rest of the company-strong Minotaur's force deployed directly behind this breakpoint, suffering the brunt of the enemy counterattack. Despite heavy casualties, the Minotaur's vanguard held the ruined bastion with disciplined ferocity, not giving an inch of ground to the oncoming secessionists. The bronze-armored Minotaurs clashed in brutal close-quarters combat with the Astral Claws with Retaliators, who advanced under cover of their combat fields with a hail of bolter fire to try to retake the sundered fortifications, only to be hurled back time and again from the mound of twisted metal and shattered rockcrete. Although in numbers the Minotaurs and the defending Astral Claws of the Bastion line were roughly equal, the enemy was well entrenched, well-armed and well-led, lacking nothing for bravery and fighting spirit. But as I said, the Minotaurs were masters of siegecraft, and this blood-soaked, close-quarter battle was exactly the kind of battlefield in which they reveled. Led by an armored spearhead of land raiders and siege dreadnoughts, the Astral Claws were pinned in place by the Minotaurs' second attack line. Chaplain Nkomi personally led a jump pack-equipped Vanguard veteran squad in storming the secondary enemy bastion and slaying all within. Encircled and cut off, the Astral Claws were swiftly isolated and destroyed in detail. Though their progress was slow and bloody, the secessionists could not stem the Loyalist advance. The Astral Claws made them pay a heavy price for every fortification the Minotaurs took, but inevitably, the bastions fell one by one, and victory was claimed by the Minotaurs. Meanwhile, the bulk of the Salamander's force descended on the heart of the city-sized training camps. The secondary force comprised of a chosen wing of Cestus pattern assault rams carrying a force of Salamander's fire training took on the task of attacking the secessionists' landing craft. On their first pass, Cestus savaged the enemy transport craft caught on the ground, sundering and burning their hulls, rupturing their fuel tanks. The fire drakes assaulting from their craft into the billowing black balls of smoke turned confusion and destruction into a massacre. Their storm bolters and cyclone missile launchers sweeping the panicked foe away before any resistance could be organized. Elsewhere, the main Salamander's force, led by Captain Mirsan, had descended into the front, deploying their troops and armor into a defensive ring at the center of utterly surrounded, the Salamander's force at under 100 Space Marines was outnumbered more than 1,000 by the horde of savages and mutants, the brutal inhabitants of a dozen nearby worlds that rose up before them. Though their position would have been considered a suicidal one by any other warriors, these were the scions of Vulcan, and they cared little for such odds. The Great Horde, which was leaderless and staggered by the sudden fury and shock of the Salamander's assault, were slow to react, and by the time they pressed the attack, they were met by a wall of firepower. Thousands of heretics fell within the opening minutes of the battle as whirlwind launchers, destructor pattern predators, and the ordered ranks of the Salamanders let loose with a salvo at almost point-blank range. Soon the broken ground of the training field were covered with mounds of twitching bodies. The Salamanders may have landed in open ground in the camp, but in quick order, they had a defensive wall. It just happened to be made out of bodies. The Horde only rallied when their taskmasters took to the field behind them, wearing the blood-stained and steel-colored power armor of Astral Claws. The Salamanders marked their true foe in the form of retaliator squads amid the filthy rabble of the heretic horde, keeping up their relentless tide of fire at every single scum that clambered over the wall of bodies around them. Mirsan sprang the second phase of his assault plan into action as 3 prized Achilles pattern land raiders spearheaded a counter-assault aimed directly at the Astral Claws contingent. The tanks fired their thunderfire cannons and multi-meltas, blasting a swath through the ranks of the horde. As the land raiders plowed through the center of the Astral Claws force, they swung aside as the fury of the Ancients was unleashed. 6 dreadnoughts, led by the darkly famed Rayarth Ashmantle, the Iron Dragon, stormed into the Astral Claws line, smashing them asunder and drenching them with purifying fire. Overwhelmed and outmatched, the Astral Claws did not yield lightly, but were slain in glorious combat, felling 2 of the Salamander's ancients. As the last Centurion died, he howled out the name of the tyrant as the Iron Dragon tore him in half and cast his carcass to the winds. With their masters slaughtered, the horde panicked and broke, the tens of thousands that remained alive fleeing in a mindless stampede away from the lords of fire and death at their backs, crushing and killing hundreds more of their own number in the world. Deep beneath the smashed fortifications, the military and Salamanders soon discovered what secrets they were built to defend. A vast natural cavern system housing heretic laboratories. These have been manufacturing combat drugs in vast quantities and attempting primitive gene tampering and experimental surgery on the feral worlds of Chacrius, along with hundreds of Imperial prisoners taken in raids across the eastern Maelstrom Zone. at the lowest level, started by a cadre of that corpse taker apothecaries was an armored bull in which a store of Space Marine gene seed, in part stolen from Loyalist fallen. Given what I know about the Astartes, I am certain the traitors they captured in that lab did not live suicide. Conflict in orbit had also gone in the Loyalist favor while the battle raged below, but not without success. While the makeshift armada had been blasted to scrap and burning debris, concealed lightning platforms set to guard the fleet and inflicted damage to the Pyre of Glory, and gutted the sword-class frigate Epona, which had to be abandoned as a less than 11 standard days after the battle was first joined, the Gift of Fire started to lap from the parallel voyage back to Loyalist home space, with over 1,000 freed prisoners carried in the hold of its naval light cruisers, and the priceless recovered gene seed held in the inner sanctum of the Pyre of Glory itself. The Gift of Fire had claimed a great victory for the Loyalists, and uncovered, and more importantly, stopped a dark machination of the tyrant that, if left to pass, could have had dire consequences for the Empire. Little did any in the Royal Titan expect, however, that the attack at Lambton would have immediate and unforeseen consequences that would unexpectedly alter the course of the Battle War. However, the euphoria of victory would not last long. The Gift of Fire Task Force, while traveling back to Loyalist home space, was unexpectedly struck by a powerful warp squall and scattered en route. Calamity was averted by the formidable skills of their lead navigator, and only a single frigate was lost to the Immaterium, while the Salamander's battle barge and the light cruiser Admiral Gregorius returned back to the ocean, riding ahead of the storm front, and forced to ford into real space, relative stability battle to repair and refit. The Loyalist arrival had not gone unnoticed. Soon, news were heard of his absent strike cruiser Hyracina was still in after discovering its home base on Chaprius destroyed. Its master, Arch-Centurion Karnak Commodus, craved vengeance and atonement for his failings in the eyes of his lord. But Commodus was alone, stood little chance in taking on the wounded Loyalists. He sent an explicit astropathic message seeking aid. It was received by the unexpected ally, Phaeton's Wrath, flagship battle barge of the Executioner's chapter, after accompanying Gladius-class frigate Esperance, which had been taking on supplies at the uninhabited ocean world of Deluge on the edge of the Magog cluster. Their combined battle group attacked the wounded Loyalist vessels as they moved towards the warp transfer point at Kala to embark once again. The light cruiser Admiral Gregorius was blasted to atoms in the opening salvo of the secessionist guns. The Pyre of Glory, however, quickly proved to be far less easy prey. The Salamander's battle barge managed to repel the first-boarding assaults against her and destroyed 2 of the attacking frigates. But after a 3-hour-long running battle, Phaeton's Wrath managed to entirely disable the Pyre of Glory's thrusters, leaving it dead in space. High Mortiers, the Executioner's version of High Chaplain, Fulsa Kane vox-signaled the Salamander's vessel and offered them the chance for honorable surrender, promising safe passage for them from the war zone under oath to not pick up arms again in the conflict. Captain Mirsan acceded to this demand, despite the misgivings of those under his command, knowing that to do so would risk his force being destroyed without being able to strike back at their foe. Having himself fought alongside the Executioner's chapter centuries before as a scout, he trusted in Phaeton's Wrath and had alongside the battered Pyre of Glory and docked. Thulsa Kane personally leading the Executioner's boarding party and accepting Mirsan's sword in surrender as the Salamanders stood down their arms. It was elsewhere within the great ship the unthinkable occurred. Thanks to the conditions of the surrender, Arch-Centurion Commodus led his own boarding party to seize the Pyre of Glory's armories nearly unopposed. Heedless of the consequences, Commodus sought to breach the Sanctum vaults and seize not only the recovered gene seed from the caverns of Chaprius, but also the Salamander's own from the brutalities suffered during the conflict. When the Salamanders were Commodus cut them down, He then unleashed his unfettered wrath upon the salamanders, ordering the massacre of their prisoners. He then ordered his corpse takers to strip them of their gene seed, whether alive or dead. A pitched battle quickly broke out across the decks. As reports reached the bridge of what was happening, Gulsa Kane was furious. Seeing this reaction, Mir-San wisely divined that the executioners may not have possessed full knowledge of the heresy and blasphemy committed by the Astral Claws, perhaps having been deliberately deceived by the tyrant. Controlling his own outrage, Mir-San poured deliberate scorn on the both for this breach of his word and the dishonor of standing by and allowing the tyrant's sins to go unchallenged. With the reports of his executioner's own eyes giving the gravity of truth to Mir-San's claims, Kane's wrath was terrible to behold. He declared that the blood oath binding his chapter to Huron's cause had been violated, and the dark stain of infamy the Astral Claws had brought upon him could only be washed clean by a river of blood. Those salamanders who survived what was to come have given witness that a bleak madness came upon the executioners at Kane's pronouncement, and that they tore into the Astral Claws with a murderous vengeance, heedless of the risk of their own lives, satisfied only that their former allies would die by their hands regardless of the cost. Captain Mir-San survived the salamanders and mounted a defense of the battle barge to intersect them, unleashing the power of the mighty ancients, led by Breog Asmantul again upon the apostate Astral Claws. First, the corridors and the vaults of the Pirate Glory, and then the Astral Claws of Titania ran red with blood. This dreadful battle became known in the legends of war as the Red Hour, as every single Astral Claw, chapter served and servitor present was relentlessly hunted down and slaughtered. The Hyrcania was left a carnal house of decapitated bodies, as the executioners took more than 200 heads from their former allies. Gulsa Kane came alone before Mir-San and knelt in the light of the burning sanctum braziers. Offering him no words, he presented a single gory object which rolled at Mir-San's feet. The head of the Arch-Centurion. Without further comment, the executioners withdrew, leaving the stricken Salamander's battle barge and the Astral Claw strike cruiser docked alongside. The executioner's maddened desire for vengeance was not insatiable, and soon its message reached every corner of the Maelstrom Zone. From this point onwards, the executioner's chapter became a rogue element in the conflict, not only seeking out and descending with suicidal fury in the Astral Claw wherever they could be found, but also refusing to surrender to loyalist forces. The most notorious incident of this kind occurred when the executioners destroyed the Sons of Medusa strike cruiser, Warspike. There were other incidents as well. Beyond these lamentable incidents, the executioners' chapters acted wider imperial immediately. These unusual developments were only explained some standard months later, when the badly wrecked Pyre of Glory finally lifted the port of the Loyalist battle station at Sundar with a strange and bloody tale to tell. For the tyrant's cause, there could not have been a more bitter blow than that struck by these allies turning enemies. Not only had the severing of the executioners from the secessionist cause robbed its forces of much of its remaining strength in warships and raiding craft, but as foes, the executioners were both implacable and had the advantage of detailed knowledge of many of the secessionists' hidden bases and deployments, which they put to immediate use in destroying them. First the Lamenters, and then the Mantis Warriors were torn from the secessionist order of battle, and now the executioners had turned against it. Huron and what remained of his most mighty Astral Claws were alone before the Imperium's wrath. Their dreams of dominion and eternal glory shattered, and right where they belonged, the damned traitors. Following what he regarded as the treachery of his former allies, Huron announced in a recorded message relayed throughout the war zone that the Astral Claws and their subjects were no longer part of the Imperium of Man. Up until this point, although the Bad Absolutionists had been declared heretics by the Imperium, within the worlds they had killed, the pattern of established life had gone on for many centuries, and the worship of the God Emperor had been maintained. Those prelates that had overtly disagreed with his session had been removed and replaced with those who were agreeable to the tyrant's cause. And millions still followed their faith while the sector's native defenders believed in accuracy enough that they fought and died in a battle against heresy, rather than in its name. It was no longer concealed from the pitiful masses of the Bad sector. Within Huron's remaining domains, all signs and symbols of imperial authority, culture, and creed were cast down in a firestorm of iconoclasm, and mass executions on Bada Primaris of clerics and functionaries, most of whom had remained largely ignorant of the true cause and nature of the conflict, were said to last for weeks without pause. That the infiltrated the Bad sector reported at this time that conditions in its principal worlds grew even harsher, famine and want were commonplace, and despair's shadow fell over everything. As for the Astral Claws themselves, although the practice was by no means universal, many of the brothers did face any semblance of imperial heraldry and insignia from their armor and war gear, scouring it to bare metal, or dabbing it in red and crimson as a representation of their blood oath of vengeance, until only the symbols of the tyrant remained. The population of the Bad sector had been controlled with inflexible and savage discipline, but were still viewed as a war resource to be maintained and managed. Now the Astral Claws' wrath grew even more arbitrary and brutal as their increasing paranoia and murderous vengeance to which Huron was becoming prone took their toll on those unfortunates caught within the tyrant's power. On Bada Primaris, for non-Astartes to dare to look directly upon the face of one of the Astral Claws was now punishable by blinding, and after an assassin tried to his own command chamber, the assailant being slain by the tyrant himself, non-Space Marines were banned entirely from the precincts of the Palace of Thorns on pain of death, and thousands of civilians were killed in groundless reprisals by the Astral Claws' retaliators. By this point, the Astral Claws had a siege mentality. They expected death as inevitable, but were spurred on by a bleak desire for vengeance against those they believed had wronged them. Fight and the more I read these records, the more I start to wonder the source of the Astral Claws gene seed. I'm certain many of you have your suspicions. I believe they were created with gene seed that is less than usual. After all, their leader was filled with personal arrogance to the point that he believed he was in the right to do whatever he wanted and lead the God Emperor's Imperium. And now they were no longer controlled, they turned into cruel and unrepentant murderers. That reminds me of some different Astartes, names I saw in the archives I got these from. But that is a question better left to the philosophers, I suppose. What is a better question is, what were the Imperials doing at this time before the inevitable invasion of the Badab system? Finally deciding that he had waited long enough, Cullen gathered his forces and put his plans for the invasion and conquest of the Purist system on the edge of the Badab sector into action. The Purist system had been identified as the key to the subsequent attack on the central Badab sector, due in no small part to the relatively stable warp route between the two regions. And before you ask, why didn't Cullen simply charge forward straight into the Badab system itself? The answer is rather simple. Even space crews are not foolish enough to race into the waiting guns of the enemy. A plan long in fruition, Cullen had already set up a series of secondary fronts, Sun and Cabalus, where raids and hit-and-run actions by his own Red Scorpions, along with the Minotaurs and Exorcists, destabilized much of the region and forced the Tyrant's armies to spread their outer thinly. The initial attack of this assault occurred with an Imperial Navy interdiction on the industrial world of Purias V. also known locally as Yarrow's Station, combined with a direct Space Marine assault against the lunar colony on the second moon of Pyrrhus's dominant gas giant, Critias. This attack was conducted by the combined forces of the Exorcist and the Red Scorpion's chapters. Their strike force was allocated to an effective strike of 6 Space Marine companies. The Exorcists were a force that Cullen had kept in reserve for this closing stage of the war. And because it was a significant point in the campaign, Cullen took command of this force himself. From the start, the invasion of the Pyrrhus system was subject to one problem after another. As the invasion fleet left the Larsa system, one of the Imperial Navy cruisers attached to the force, the Spear of Mendoza, suffered a catastrophic aircraft failure, hurling all on board screaming to their doom in the Mediterranean. Several other ships damaged or scattered, usually stable warfare. This forced the ill-fated fleet to arrive piecemeal at the target's system's edge, further out than had been planned. The Loyalist ships were forced to reassemble and operate at maximum thruster burn for a number of days to reach the inner worlds of Pyrrhus, after which time all elements of surprise had been lost. From what I've seen, there are no mere coincidences when the warp is involved. No doubt the great enemy of mankind hoped that by lightly touching their hands into this part of space, they would drag out the conflict and bleed the forces of the Imperium even more. Much like what happened on Vrax. Of course, the more I read into these conflicts, the more I question my earlier statements about the intentions of the Alpha Legion there. Apologies, sidetracked. Back to the Imperial assault. The Loyalist fleet had little choice but to press the attack. The bulk of the Imperial naval ships, led by the Retribution-class battleship Thorn of Blood, broke off to engage the defense fleet and bombard Pyrrhus 5, while the Space Marine strike force diverted to assault the moon of Critias Secundus. A flotilla of planetary assault craft ferrying Imperial Guard and Inquisitorial forces formed a rear echelon intending to consolidate and exploit a successful Astartes attack. Initial enemy resistance in space proved insufficient to slow the attack down, even though the Imperial forces sporadically encountered minefields that were breached or bypassed without loss. The secessionist armada around Pyrrhus 5 stood little chance of delaying, let alone preventing the Loyalist force assembled by Cullen from assaulting these worlds. The fighting above Pyrrhus 5 proved particularly fierce, as the defense ships flung themselves almost suicidally against their attackers. The Imperial Navy ships were prevented from achieving their secondary objective of close bombardment of Pyrrhus 5, as ground fire from massive emplacements of macro cannon and defense laser batteries on the surface, unpredicted in strength and ferocity, forced the naval ships back. The Imperial Navy is truly mighty and one of the greatest weapons in the Emperor's arsenal. But its admirals are also not stupid. The loss of valuable capital ships are not worth the potential glory of some relatively small-scale action like the invasion I'm describing. Elsewhere in orbit of Critias Secundus, despite strong resistance, greater success was found by the Loyalists. Between the combined might of the Red Scorpion's Sword of Ordun and the Exorcist's Redeemer, the moon's asteroid forts did not last long. Landing zones in the vicinity of the lunar colony's main citadels and generatorum stations were quickly identified and subjected to preliminary bombardment before a full-scale planet strike was initiated by a Thunderhawk and drop pod assault. On landing, the Red Scorpions and Exorcists were immediately met head-on by the Tyrant's Legion in a strong counteroffensive. Their enemies' numbers increased several times by indentured workers, driven on by the use of explosive collars, and armed with little more than sharpened tools and crude promethium bombs. Though the assaulting Space Marines killed the Tyrant's Legion Auxilia and their slave worker allies in droves, their numbers slowed the attackers down, preventing them from spreading out to assault their individual targets as planned. It was at this point, when the bulk of the Red Scorpions and Exorcist chapters were both bottled in their landing zones, that the Astral Claws sprung their trap. Previously silent and long-concealed ground batteries fired from the depths of the alien forests that covered the moon, striking down Thunderhawks and landing craft and ripping into the Space Marine as ships in orbit above. From within the moon citadels, cannons and mortars thundered afresh, pelting the Loyalist HSIANG-CHUN, indiscriminately targeting the battles where their own forces were engaged at close quarters with the Loyalists. This was only a Paladin barrage, however, and soon, scores of Land Raiders and Rhino transports, bearing the insignia of the Tyrant of Baghdad, rode forth from concealed bunkers. The mere chapter strength of the Astral Claws with their master, Huron, Cullen and those Space Marines that stood with him were caught between a crossfire from above and the Tyrant below. As I mentioned earlier, the enemy had subjected themselves to mentality, and no doubt many were too focused on that point to realize what was coming, but the Tyrant was no such fool, at least not yet. He had long ago divined the importance of the Pure system as a cornerstone in the Badab sector's defense, and drew his own plans accordingly. The presence of a constitutional Astral Claws of Gratis and the secret upgrading of suspension had not been the whole strategy either. Within an hour of the hidden guns on Gratis fire and cutting off the Loyalist spearhead from its supporting ships, Tyrants are ripped at the edge of the system. What followed was one of the largest blasts of the Badab War. The final remaining operable battle barge in the Astral Claws fleet, the mighty and storied Seraph of Judgment, the Secessionist Armada represented the last exercise of their once vaunted naval power. Outgunned, the senior Imperial Navy Admiral realized that the tactical situation had suddenly shifted and quickly determined that if the Tyrant's fleet could take on the two Loyalist forces, both of which had already sustained damage and expended considerable stocks of their ordnance, they might yet attain a crushing victory. But if matched simultaneously, the Loyalists would be far more evenly matched against communications with the envoy ground war possible. It was with a heavy heart that Captain Wade Ryder, master of the fleet, reluctantly agreed with the Vice Admiral's dire assessment of the situation, and complied with his plan of feigned retreat and rendezvous. With their enemies seemingly in full flight before them, striking targets of opportunity, such as the ungainly Loyalist rear echelon transports. Thousands of the embarked troops aboard these important transports died as a result. The loss of so many loyal soldiers is always a tragedy, but the alternative is to defeat elements and try to stand against the greatest bloodshed. In the end, the commanders made the right decision to save their strength and fight another day. On the planet's surface, savage fighting raged on as the Loyalists and Secessionists fought. The Astral Claws came on with bitter fury as the Red Scorpions met them with righteous hatred of the Republic, while the Exorcists displayed their calm in the face of overwhelming force. Cullen stood at the front, at his side was Reverend Locke, Chief Librarian of the Huron struck the battle line ferociously, smashing aside Space Marines with contemptuous ease. The Tyrant's blood-splattered personal guard poured into the breach behind him, and a murderous wedge as the Tyrant strove to kill his true and chosen enemy, the Tyrant Cullen. Captain Silas Correct, commander of the Exorcist forces, led a counter-assault with his chapter's elite Enochian guard to confront the Tyrant head-on in an attempt to blunt his attack and prevent the momentum of the battle from shifting at a critical moment. Instead of being matched with the Tyrant, Silas found himself in a duel with ancient Claytor, one of the most feared members of the Astral Claws of Dreadnoughts. The Exorcist captain suffered terrible wounds which crushed and crippled the Terminator armor before he was able to disable the Dreadnought's motive system with his master felling the great metal beast. As the battle continued to rage, the two chapter masters at last found each other. Cullen and Huron matched their skills with personal combat. The Tyrant charged the Red Scorpion's chapter master in fury, bellowing his rage and dishonoring the Emperor bitterly. while Cullen fought in grim silence, concentrating on countering the frenzied blows of the tyrant's relic lightning claw, known as the Ghost Razors, with the ancient heirloom of his chapter, the Blade of the Scorpion. Soon, Cullen was covered in dozens of bleeding wounds. It was at this point, when the two warriors parted from the exchange of blows, that Cullen finally spoke onto the tyrant with accusations of his own. Further maddened by these insults, the Tyrant of Badab howled in rage, charging at the Red Scorpion again. But Cullen expected the frenzied attack and deftly turned aside, allowing the Tyrant's momentum to take him past. In a blow that would have normally felled even the mightiest of Space Marines, Cullen lashed out with the Blade of the Scorpion and slashed deeply into the Tyrant's side, parting his foe's armor in a welter of blood. But the Tyrant shrugged off his opponent's attack and wheeled around, his claws arcing down and the ghostly blades punching through Carab Cullen's breastplate. Only through monumental effort was Cullen able to fight on through his agony, hurling himself backwards onto the ground before Huron could close his fingers and rip out his parts. The Red Scorpion then slid down a slope of rubble and armored bodies before the looming Tyrant's bitter laugh. Cullen staggered to his feet, direly wounded, as the battle continued to rage around him. Then, suddenly, the sun burned the heavens, raining destruction on all below. Gambling on a dangerous plan to extract the forces stranded, Captain Ryder bargained with the planetary blinded by the battle raging above them in orbit. The Exorcist battle barge Redeemer was among the least scathed, its bays filled to capacity with surviving Thunderhawks and across the fleet for the emergency operation. The vast battle barge sliced into Curatus Secundus's thin atmosphere, the ground batteries proving ineffective against her. As the fires blazed around her shields, the Redeemer appeared as a terrible blazing sun in the sky, and the panicked defense crews failed to quickly respond. The librarian talent of the Exorcist was able to lock in on the bright soul of Severin Locke and the familiar spark of his wounded master Alberec, and so the Redeemer failed from the target. At this unexpected arrival, the Astral Claws were pulled back amid a storm of dust and debris, and below its sky-plotting bulk, Cullen and the Tyrant were separated by falling rubble and flame, preventing a final conclusion in either's favor. Immediately, extraction operations got underway before the enemy could rally to their defense, as the Redeemer's guns rent the ground asunder and pulverized the towers of nearby citadels. In a desperate operation lasting nearly 2 hours, almost 3 in 5 of the Loyalist Space Marines that had made planetfall were recovered, although most of them were either casualties or bore some fresh wound or scar from our fierce combat they had seen. Of course, Cullen was one of the worst wounded, and was taken into the care of his chapter's apothecaries. Above Curatus, battle had once again been joined between the Loyalists and traitor warships. The Secessionists both outnumbered the Loyalists and outgunned them, but the Loyalists, even though many of their vessels were damaged, had the greater number of heavy warships in their line of battle, and were far the greater in quality of skilled and disciplined crew. The rebel fleet came on in a chaotic and ragged attack column. This was to prove their undoing, as the combined Imperial Navy and Space Marine warships formed into a tight formation and crossed into the traitor's column, maximizing their broadsides while the Secessionists could not fully bring theirs to bear. The Star Battle was eventually won for the Loyalists with the death of the Seraphim Judgment, but at great cost. And there remained a great deal of bloody fighting to do as the surviving enemy ships were put to flight or captured in a series of brutal boarding actions. The invasion of Piraeus was over, both sides claimed a victory, and both sides tasted defeat. For the Secessionists, the Loyalist invaders had been driven off, and not one iota of ground had been surrendered to them. But in doing so, they had gambled the last of their once mighty fleet and lost it, and with it, any hope of maintaining dominion outside of the Badab system itself. Fatalities on both sides had been appallingly high, and Cullen had seen his attacking force blunted, and many of his most powerful ships of the line damaged to the extent that might take years to repair. The Badab War had arguably been won at Pyrrhus by the Loyalists, but there was one last battle, and that was likely to be the most terrible of all, the final siege of Badab. In effect, the Tyrant won the battle, and the so he lost the war. Now my name is There's a storm coming towards me, and this little shelter that I am in is not going to do anything to stop it. And I must find something a little more sturdy in order to continue the tale. Thank you all for your patience, and know that I will still be much alive. For the Arbetes who are chasing me, and the Inquisitor, whose voice is extremely annoying, seem to be determined to put me into that role. This is the Imperial Loyalist Court. I hope you all have a good day, and wish me luck in the next one. Seems this storm is not going to let up anytime soon. But I guess that's a good thing. After all, nothing could be sneaking around out there. Just saying. Well, I guess we should continue our story then, shouldn't we? Hello, welcome back to the Wolf's Corner. Now we are going to return to the final stages of the Badab War. Last I left you, we had just discussed how the tyrant of Badab had managed to win a great victory. In doing so, he cost himself perhaps everything. After the tumultuous events surrounding the failed invasion of the PRS system and the unknown status of the Executioner's chapter, the Badab War entered a new and uncertain phase. The secessionists were at their lowest ebb during the conflict, and the Loyalists hadn't fared any better after the substantial losses they had sustained in the recent campaign. They were in no position to exploit their enemy's weakness, nor press their attack. The aftermath of the invasion to the mid-divisions of 1912 became known as the Silent War, as it was composed of hundreds of small-scale engagements, many of which were all but unreported and unknown. The Maelstrom Zone could not be considered pacified by any means, despite the sundering of the secessionist domains, and it was only the presence of the Loyalist detachments of the Minotaurs and Sons of Medusa that kept the Imperial lines of supply viable. Without the thinly spread Imperial Guard and Inquisition forces attached to the Loyalist command, the retaken worlds in the Pale Stars region would have slid into anarchy or succumbed to the same civil strife that had stricken those in the Galen system. While we have discussed the fighting between Astartes at length here, we cannot forget they fought alongside other forces. The Imperial Guard might not be the great warriors of this tale, but if it wasn't for their efforts fighting and guarding the flanks of the Astartes forces, the Badab War would likely have taken either far longer, or ended in a very different conclusion. Soon Loyalist Command received word that the Tyrant's forces were falling back to the Badab system, stripping the defenses from worlds such as Isen and Decapolis, abandoning them to their fates. Matters became further confused when it appeared that some forces of the Tyrant's Legion, and even some small splinter groups of Astral Claws, had abandoned their master, turning full renegade, and made an attempt to flee into the Maelstrom Zone. While once again, Corsair and Xeno sightings began to increase across the western and southern zone, potentially spread out over a vast area of dangerous wilderness space. The Loyalists now seemed to face multiple foes whose actions could not be readily predicted. If the Loyalists did not take the strategic initiative, the conflict would spread slowly throughout the entire region, possibly taking decades if not centuries to quell. The injured but still active Cullen convened a full war council at the newly commissioned Imperial Battle Station complex in the Viana system to determine a strategy and divine a future course of the war. Representatives from all the Loyalist chapters still involved in the conflict were present. Cullen's own Red Scorpions, the Salamanders, Minotaurs, Exorcists, Carcharodons, and Sons of Medusa. The Firehawk's master, now ailing Stibor Lazarus, was also summoned as an equal.
despite reservations held by some stain of blame and suspicion of dissent still persisted among some of his equals. No surprise, given that the Firehawks had tried to start this whole conflict because of Lazarek's pride and his petulance at being refused a simple honor. Inquisitorial legate Thrain, whose voice was that of the High Lords in the Council, served as arbiter, and at Thrain's personal invitation, a deputation of the Archmagos of Angstrom was also received, and now welcomed as allies to the Loyalist cause. Thrain brought news to the Council that the Mantis Warriors chapter had finally submitted themselves before the Legate Authority toward the utter destruction of their worlds. No surprise, given what the Kakaradons had done to them. But he brought ill-omened news as well. Reinforcements from the Imperial Guard Segmentum Reserves and fresh warships from the Imperial Navy would not be forthcoming. Other wars and conflicts were dragging their forces away, and worst of all, the Tyrannid threats were pressing against the Imperium's borders, alongside other Xenos forces that were rising, especially in the Galactic East. All these claimed priority on anything that might have been sent to aid the Loyalists in Maelstrom. However, the darkly reputed Star Phantoms were en route at full chapter strength and would be with the Loyalists by the year's turn. You know, I look at these records and I notice that there are quite a few darkly famed, quote-unquote, chapters part of this. It feels like this conflict had a way of bringing out some of the absolute worst among the Astartes. The Adeptus Mechanicus of Angstrom would provide further aid to the Loyalist cause by granting a bounty of arms and munitions. They also vowed to aid the attack on Badab when the hour of battle came. In accordance with the newly formed strategies, and with the hard lesson of Pyrrhus well learned, the ultimate goal of the siege of Badab would now be delayed until overwhelming forces were available. In the meantime, an enhanced blockade and watch would be maintained there while the Maelstrom zone was brought under heel. The Firehawks' immense fortress monastery, Taurus Rex, was brought to the Pyrrhus system to form the linchpin of the reinforced blockade. But when they arrived in system, they found Curatus Secundus was ravaged and near lifeless, and Yarrow Station had been gutted and was now famine-stricken by its former acid-flood passengers and left to their fate. The Firehawks' wrath sealed said fate with a protracted orbital bombardment. The Kakaradons were recalled from the Endymion cluster after they completed their work in accordance with the Mantis Warriors' surrender agreement. The Kakaradons' large fleet, along with ships from the Exorcists and Sons of Medusas, were assigned into small battle groups alongside Imperial Navy scouting vessels and dispatched on independent hunter-killer missions throughout the Maelstrom zone. With the Badab War drawing to its bloody conclusion, there remained a few major matters to settle. This was especially true in regards to the Executioners. It soon came to pass that the Sons of Medusas and Kakaradons began to coordinate their efforts to hunt down the elusive chapter. They had discovered what they believed was their center of operations in the Dene Stellar Drift, and they intended to prosecute a campaign of annihilation against them. As skirmishes and clashes between them began to escalate, Salamander's captain, Pelas Mirsan, was deeply troubled. The Executioners had acted
If I don't have a plan, I'll just make things fast. Time to improvise. Time's getting short. think seconds are fleeting. Think fast. I was out of sync.
you